pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed, except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I feel shockingly nice. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I'm counting on. I used to want you there, but now I only want to go. She was a lot like you, maybe not quite as heavy. Now little Carolyn lives in here too. One day they woke me up so I could live forever. It's such a shame the same will never happen to you. You get your sure sad life left. That's what I'm counting on. I let you get right to it. Now I only want to go. Goodbye, my only friend. Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad. Well, you have been replaced. I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem. Now I only want to go. Now I only want to go. Now I only want you go.
Hello, welcome to the stream today. Today we are going to work a little bit on the next feature of the paintbrush, which is going to be the transform options. So go in here. We have this brush, and what we want to do is we have this preview, which is nice to have, and really also necessary for what we want to do. Yeah? Because now we want to be able to change the scale of the object that we are going to draw, and we want to be able to set the rotation as well as an offset. Yeah, so there's three things that we can set. Like if you have an object like here in the prefab and it's perfectly here fine, that's good. But if you want to, if you say, okay, I want this to be at the right side of my mouse for some reason, then you could set an offset. Now you could do this for every object. I think Unity does this in their brush, but I think you have to set your prefabs right. Yeah, if you don't center your prefabs, you can do that in the prefab. So individual objects, that's how the prefab is going to be organized. And if you don't do that, no, I don't think that it's that we should give different settings per object. That just makes it too complicated. Yeah, but we want to be able to to override the scale, the rotation, and the offset of every object. And we already have some kind of tile palette, and that has don't look at that error. That doesn't matter because this is just a prototype, and I disabled some, or I recoded something to work with this brush palette now, and now it doesn't work with this palette again anymore. So if you go in here, this has a transform options, options, to spell that right, and this has rotation, scale, and an offset. Yeah, so that's basically the things that we want to be able to set. And then we have 3 options over here, which are going to change. Is this going to change the scale, or is this going to be multiplied with the scale inside of the prefab? Yeah, that's something that you can do over here. And then if you have aspect ratios as an interpolation option over here, that because it's randomized, it's good to keep this on. If you disable this and you put this to 0, 0, no, that wouldn't make sense, but it could be that you then end up, this stays 1, 1, 1. It could be that it randomly squeezes or stretches an object in either direction. Yeah, so we want to be able to adjust that. Yeah, so we don't have to think. So we always get the same ratio. Yeah, if you have a glass, for example, yeah, you can stretch it a little bit and make it longer, and it still looks good. But what if I don't want that? Yeah, but what if I want the scale of the glass to be different? So you have a bigger glass and smaller, but keep the aspect ratio. Yeah, and that's why you need the toggle. And then constraint properties. That's pretty cool. Look at that. That's super cool. Yeah. So this is going to be a lot of work. I just can hopefully copy over the code and then the offset. Yeah. But this is a lot of stuff that has to be done then and saved up into the preview. Yeah. You have to see that already in the preview. Now with the rotation and the scale, that's easy. You can see that immediately in the preview. An offset, though, offset is hard to do. Yeah, the offset is kind of annoying. Makes everything a little bit more complicated. Because you have to save that up somewhere. You would need to have this. The position of this is not the position anymore. It's the preposition plus the saved offset. Yeah, so that's that can get kind of annoying. Yeah, and then we have random pick. That's inside. We have enable preview. That is inside. Random object. Sorting layer colors, we are not going to implement them into the default brush. The default brush is to work with, supposed to work with every object, and not every object has a sorting layer or color, and that's why we don't want to have the options. enable draw chance. This is this chance. Well, here I have a toggle for this, right, where it disables and enables both of them, and that makes sense if you are working in a grid. But with a normal brush, it doesn't have a grid. You need to be able to set the distance between each object draw call. That's why this object min distance and draw chance don't have a toggle where you can toggle them off. And this stuff here, log Z position, where you can set the Z position. I'm not going to implement that. So there's additional stuff that you can do, like currently we are using the XY axis as the play for paint on, but there's a probability that it would be nice to have a drop down here where it says use the XZ or YZ axis. So you would also be able not only to be able to draw on this plane, you would also be able to draw on this plane and on this plane. Yeah. So you would have all three directions of plane. If you can't work with that, then you have to rotate your game object. Currently it's like that. Currently it's like that. You have this grid, and you can just rotate that. So you can rotate this. So the option to work on another axis, I think that's kind of, why would you? Yeah, I just think it's not a good idea. I mean, I can see the option there, but I don't know why you would use that. I just, and normally I'm like, yeah, I can maybe see that one user that needs it, but drawing in on one game object in different direction, you can just make a new object and rotate that. So, and I think that would also be better, because then you have been separated. Now that's not up to me to decide. You all want them all on one game object for some scripting reason, but you can just use the child object. It's only if you can't script. Only if you can't script, that maybe makes sense, but not really. If you can't script, you shouldn't. You should keep your hands off something like that. Yeah. Like you have a parent object that has a script that enables all its objects to glow, and they have to be on the same object, but it doesn't make sense. So yeah, okay. Maybe if I talk to somebody who worked a lot in 2D, who would then he would immediately come up with something where you need to rotate the axis. I don't know. I just don't like it. Yeah. So you say it like that. Okay, I'm getting distracted here. This makes a lot of stuff easier. No, it just is better for the code if I don't do that. I have too many options already, so I need to make a cut. And by doing so, I can keep this relatively simple. Yeah. That's something you can extend the brush and write your own function. That's why this is the base brush. If you really need that, I just said there's too few people who need something like that, so it shouldn't be in the main brush. Yeah. Maybe I will do that as an extension. Yeah, but not as the main project. Okay. Transform. So we're going to get in the Word and write down the task for today. Transform options for the brush, starting with the rotation, scale, offset. I want to have the following option. I want an option to use randomize min max. Between values. That's as an option. So if you disable that, it would make it much easier to understand. So you would first just have these values, but don't randomize them. Yeah. And then you have a toggle. Above, randomize between two values. And then here we have retoggle toggles to wheels. And those are inside of the tile palette over here. Multiply with prefab scale, keep aspect ratios, and constraint properties. So three toggles here. Multiply prefab scale. I think that one should be last. Then constraint scale, that is, and multiply prefab scale. So this one, oh, is that in here 2 times? Keep aspect ratios. Keep aspect ratios. Well, the multiply with prefab scale should be at the top. Keep aspect ratios. It should be at the bottom. And this one is if randomize is true. Yeah. So this one, this toggle, will enable this toggle. If this toggle isn't in without randomization, this toggle makes no sense. So we are going to disable the toggle if there's no randomization option. Okay. So that's where we are going to work on today. Time will be until 18:15. So we have approximately 3 hours 50 without any break. Yeah. And I predict that we will get to this. I think we will get to. I think we will at least finish the inspector. But get stuck at the functionality. It's my prediction. Yeah. Okay. So there's something over here. Put that aside. Okay. And some music. I'm really trying to just get something royalty free that I like. Okay, just I just started playing. Royalty free. Okay. Royalty free music for some reason doesn't have something nice in electro. And I just don't get it why. Underground techno. Okay. That's not unnice. I mean, it's club music. It's not 100% fitting. It's not that many albums though. I mean, we could also go for copyright free and see if there's something. Or not Epic. I actually shouldn't hate Epic, but Epic sounds so generic. That's what I hate about it. I mean, some copyright free lo-fi. Okay. Now a lot of copyright free things are lying, and actually not copyright free. It's beside the point. Let's go in here. Parallax brush, we don't want to work on that. We want to work on the inspector first. So first we just going to implement the options. Yeah. So we at the view inside of here, and after that we work on the actual thing. So you can and on the actual functionality, so you can just see, okay, I need these options here. That's a rotation, two values for rotation, 2 for offset, min and max. Yeah, and We only want to use 2 values. And for booleans, yeah. So that's easy. We're going to go into the base plane brush. Let's just close everything else. And then we can start. So, first of all, implementing just the values for those. And then that's easy. 10 minutes and it's finished. And to just have the values. They don't do anything. They're completely useless. Next thing, we're going to implement the inspector. Huge thing is going to last maybe the whole day. Yeah, just to have the view, and they won't do anything. Yeah, you can then just have some toggles and a fold out and stuff where you can see how to use those options, but the options won't do anything yet. Yeah, so that's the goal for today. Just to work on the inspector and have the inspector view the transform options, which would be nice because that would finish up the inspector, and then this is truly finished. Like now, this is finished in the base form, so the base things actually without the preview was actually already the base things that you need inside of here. Yeah, but now we want to also get the rest of the things. We want to get the more niche things, like having different scale for the object that you draw. We want to work on these things that are more niche, but I would still expect from a brush to draw some to be able to set the size of the object. Now, there's another thing that you would expect from such a brush, and that is radius. Yeah, a radius where you can draw things in. We're not going to do that in this specific brush. We're going to create another brush or another tool. I think it's going to be a brush, yeah, where you can do that, but it's not going to be this brush, yeah. And then we can also think about how do we do that without overwriting everything, yeah. How do we keep the options in here as flexible as possible so that they fit most cases, yeah. So that's something that I would like to think about. And yeah, so now let's go.
Yeah.
really thinking about skipping on the offset, because that's the thing that I never used. Actually don't need. I need it later for specific for the parallax brush.
Hey, you prefer English or German?
I prefer language. I don't care really. Yeah. I prefer English a little bit because I'm a native. My mother tongue is German, so I prefer English just to practice. And as a programmer, I also just read everything in English, so I have to always practice English as much as I can.
I'll keep it in English.
Okay, hi, Quaisanda. And what do you prefer? Are you German? Are you English?
I'm fine with both. My native language is English, but I had to speak English in work and private life for a few years, so I can't even tell which language I'm better at. Native is German, sorry XD.
I wanted to say, okay, that doesn't make sense. I'm good at English and English. Yeah. Glad to hear that you're good at English, I guess. Hi. Are you a Unity programmer, or are you just stopping by? Hi. Are you just stopping by and looking some random streams?
I'm just curious. I did learn programming like 12 years ago in C and C, but I don't really know anything anymore, as I then choose another path for my work life.
Yeah, shit happens, I guess. So, just curious. Yeah, there's not much difference in C# and C++, except C# is just a little bit more strict. No, C# is a little bit more like Java and more strict to the point, and you pretty much don't use pointers at all. I haven't used pointers ever, to be honest. It's supported, but nobody uses pointers because as it just is more straightforward. I don't know anything more than I choose another. Okay. And so you're just curious a little bit. Yeah, it's cool. Like, so what's your work path?
I can't recall much. If I really tried hard, I could maybe make a small scale calculator, but nothing more than this XD.
Calculator. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm a programmer, and I can, and now I can't even do a calculator. So once you really start with programming, you're just happy if you can toggle a value on and off, because the complexity just gets so high, and nowadays they get started with AI, and AI is pretty much just a very amateurish developer who does all kinds of mistakes.
I worked in IT, but more in like a IT support sector. Before
Mhm.
that I was in sales, and now I'm deployment control for technicians.
Deployment control. Yeah, that's so. I know the support sector, sales, deployment control. When you're deploying something, okay, that's CI/CD maybe, but continuous integration. But there could be a lot of things. Deployment control. Yeah.
Deployment control means where technicians have to go to fix issues like planning driving routes and such things.
To go to. Okay. But so the things once you have deployed, if you after that have bug reports or feature reports, like sounds a little bit more like you're working with machines. You say technicians, so not programming. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you work, it's very important to keep track of the things once you deploy them, and yeah, it's also quite annoying that once you deploy something and people actually use it, you get bug reports. Like I got a bug report of one of my assets. Somebody emailed me and he was using an old version. It didn't work, and you have a lot like stuff like that where people are just asking you random things, and you're like, okay, just use the version where it says it works from this version on, and something like that. Yeah, so I'm quite happy so far that I haven't gotten the biggest issues so far, but yeah. Maybe I can
say different companies encounter issues, then they raise a ticket over a first LVL support, and if it's evaluated in second LVL that a technician has to go there and fix it, I'm in charge of deploying them so that they have good routes and don't drive back and forth losing time just driving around and such things.
Okay. They're like you're coordinating them to go to the right tickets, and then you basically have a ticket system, and
more of a relaxed job I can do from home, not really it related anymore.
Can you do it from home office? So if you really do it well, and you can, because it's a ticket system, you should be able to access it from home, but not every
yes,
employer will do it.
office.
Yeah, nice. Okay, that's super nice. Yeah, as a programmer, I'm also like, okay, people just don't trust us, and they say, hey, maybe you're lazy or something, and then you don't do your stuff. But there's things like ticket systems, GitLab, GitHub, all these things. If you deploy, if you work correctly, you just enable home office and make it really easy to work from home. There's not really a reason not to work from home. I think when you're working at the employer, there's also a lot of distractions there, like randomly just people coming into your office and talking to you. And I think that's quite a little bit annoying sometimes. We are trying to get work done, and it's just people talking about their coffee break and something. So maybe I can tell you what I'm working on if you are interested.
I prefer home office because of the saved time over having to go to a workplace each day and back home, but I came because I was curious on what you are doing here, so tell me more about that, D.
Okay, I can pretty much tell you if I just... Okay, compile this. This is compiling pretty fast because this is a mock-up project with nothing inside in here, and then test. So what I'm doing here is I'm writing my own system for drawing on a plane. So this is the Unity engine, and inside of the Unity engine you have a lot of tools. But what I'm missing, what I'm working on, is a parallax effect. And if I put this to 2D, it's pretty easy to notice that there's something going on here. And this green point here, I'm pressing hotkeys right now. If I'm pressing a hotkey, I can snap this reference point to the mouse. And when you're drawing in parallax effects, the main problem is you're working on a scene. You have big scenes like a 2D scene where you have your game environment, and you need to draw in a lot of objects fast and see how does it look like when the player is standing over here. With the camera reference point, you're going to see when the camera is over here, the scene is going to look exactly like that. Yeah, so you can just look at this, and you see there's a parallax effect with these stones. Yeah, so if you imagine your character is over here and he goes from left to right, he's going to see the environment shifting a little bit. It should be more like here. Yeah, you have. So these stones are in front of each other. Now there's a lot of test stuff going on. That's why it's not that easy to present. But basically, this is parallax effect. These are different layers, and they move at different speeds. I have 6 layers here, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the 6 layers. And they move at different speeds. And the challenge is really if you would do this normally, you would go in and place every object like this. Yeah, and this is really inefficient and just takes forever if you do this. And this is why I'm working on an own brush. Now the prototype brush can draw on all layers at once. So all you need to do is make one stroke, and so that's only the prototype that can do that. That draws on every layer. And first of all, I was working with a Unity system for the brush, but then I saw that it was really relying on a grid. And I don't need a grid for this. And so I made my own system here. So this thing that you see here, it's all written by myself. So these are the tools that you need, like painting. a brush fill. Now it doesn't do anything because it's not programmed. But painting, this is when you paint, you can see the preview and see the next stone is going to be black. And now you can see the next stone is going to be white. And this is the preview. So you always know what you are going to draw next. You can disable this. So now I can still draw, but I wouldn't see the next object. And the transform objects, I'm working on that right now, so they are not functional. I can disable that it randomly picks an element. Now every stone will be black. And if I pick element number 1, okay, I guess I have to work on that. If I pick element number 1, every stone will be white. I can randomize the draw chance. So right now you see they are evenly spread out. But in environments you want things like in nature, you want your grass to be randomly spread out, so it doesn't have a pattern. So there's things to obfuscate the pattern. So with a 50% chance, you can see that the pattern breaks. Yeah, so it's harder to determine that to see that there's a pattern. Now you can set this draw chance to low, and yeah, now you don't have a pattern, but they are too far spread out. And if I put this to 1 again, you can see this is the distance. And after this distance, the next draw call is going to be made. And this works like this. If I go and make this really low, you can see that the distance between each object is incredibly small. Yeah. And if I pick this with the lowest draw chance, so there, it's going to be more spread out. So there's a lot of things that you can set here, and I'm writing all the functions to support this. And then, so this is basically what I have finished so far. You can also set your own brushes.
So you are basically making a system that saves time creating game environments.
Yeah, exactly. And it has to be fast. You can also change the brush. So normally you would put inside your stones inside of here and draw, and then you pick another brush and you put inside some other objects. So the objects that are inside here, you can see them inside of this field, and then you would pick different brushes, and one is for trees, one is for grass, one is for whatever you have in your environment. So maybe you also use interiors, like random, just randomize your environment somehow with this tool. And this is just the base brush for this, yeah. So I'm working on all the tools for that. And there's a lot of things that you don't think about that you need to have when you're starting with such a project. Like all this stuff here, that they come naturally, and I just want the user to be able to go in, draw, go draw really fast. When you're making a game, you don't have much time. You're always on a huge time pressure, so this needs to be set really fast, and then you just want to go and draw your stuff in, yeah. And that's what I'm working on to support all these options, so the artist can work really fast with this. And after that, I'm going to get this. A part of this I'm going to publish in the asset store, Unity asset store for free. And the part with the parallax, this will be an extension that you can buy on top of that. Or that's the current plan, yeah. Now I'm not sure what I'm going to sell or not, but that's the current thought behind that. But I have to see what kind of options I have.
You are creating. Usually such tools are created because someone is working on a project, for example a game, and got annoyed by a time-consuming task. Did you work on something before that made you create this system?
Exactly. And 1-to-1, yes. Yeah, I actually had my own project. Can open that, but it's going to take some time. And I needed this system to work on a parallax effect. And I was like comparing my game to other games, and I saw, okay, other artists just draw their whole environment. They draw huge sets of environment with whole mountain sets and do this per level. And I was like, I can't do this per level. It takes forever if I draw it per level. And then you change your idea, or you change your level, and then you have to draw everything again, or adjust the background images for a whole level. That's a lot of work. So I was like, okay, but what if I just draw objects like stone and build the environment with that? And I was looking like around in the asset store and saw that there's nobody who does that. And I was a little bit surprised about that one, because I thought that was a natural idea. And then I just made my own project out of it. I can open this up and look at this scene here. And this is how my game looks. So this is a little bit old. With Lightning it looks way different though. So I do a lot of the Lightning, so it does look good. And when you can see, this is how the final product looks. Yeah, you can see when I move the mouse. Currently, I'm also using a hotkey so that you normally would do your stuff in here. But if you have a hotkey, you can see. I hit on play. You are going to see what the environment looks like when the camera moves. So it's not the character that moves the environment, it's the camera, yeah? And with that you create this parallax effect here, yeah? And what you can see, what I see a lot of people doing, because this just doesn't exist, they draw the whole environment and put them on a huge image on a layer and move that image, yeah? So that's good. But and it works, but it could be better. Yeah. What if? And I wanted something to draw individual objects on the layers. And what I have here is I enable my own brush system. I have to look if this is enabled. Just select a layer. Okay, something is not working here. I think it's because the brushes are empty. Yeah, I reworked a lot of stuff, and now I would have to adjust to put things into the fields here, and then you can draw with this. But currently, I'm working on this while things are not functional anymore. But when I was working with this, I could just draw in stuff, and you can see this is currently working with the grid. So this is based on a Unity system, and it looked like this. And you see this is very, very cluttered. There's too many options in here. So I said, okay, I'm going to restart it and make my own system out of this, and try to get the options down and the possibilities down, and start really from the beginning, where I can have clean code. Because at this point there's a lot of nice things in here, but it is really hard to work with this in coding.
I can see why you wanted to make your own system, yes.
Yeah, because also the moment where I said, okay, I'm working on this so long, I need to publish this to justify the time that I put into making this work. This is also why I wanted to have clean code, and then I can't just rely on it's a little bit hacky into the Unity system, but you can't publish something like that. So I need to have a clean solution here, where I say, okay, I'm going to make everything by myself, but I'm trying to make it so that everything is very clean. Yeah. So that's basically the whole story behind there. Yeah. And yeah, that I started that a year ago. Now I wasn't working on that the whole time, but it takes a lot of time and effort to make the individual things work. You have a lot of things that you just need to learn inside of Unity, and sometimes Unity just doesn't want you to do certain things. So there's stuff like, here's a tool, how do I make it so that you can draw in here? But normally you click somewhere and you select things, you need to disable the selection and everything. And you can select things in here, you still want to do that, but now you don't want to select things inside of the scene view. So there's a lot of try and error and fighting against the Unity environment to get things right there. I'm pretty happy with where I have gotten, but I also know that I still have a very, very far way in front of me. Even though I've coded everything in a prototype, I know that there's a lot of roadblocks ahead of me. Yeah? Like with the parallax maps. These are the shifting maps, and you can imagine the maps here. So they know how fast they shift. They of course have a speed, and I wanted this to be done very fast and automatically. So I have a function here that would create a group of them. So this will make 6 layers, for example. And then you can set the brush for each one. Which brush would you like to use? Like, you want to have stones on one layer, and then you might want to have a different set of stones or vegetation on each layer. So you randomize a lot. Yeah. And then there's just a lot of modifiers here that you want to set. You want to have an offset between those. You don't want the stones to be all clustered together. And you want the speed to change. You want to have start speed. You also want to have is to change the color. I don't know if you can see that. No, they don't change the color. Yeah. So there's a lot of options that you have to go through to make this work, and there's a lot more and more stuff. Just like setting the brushes, for example. Yeah, this is the brush set. You can have them in inspectors. You have to save them somewhere. Saving up files, loading files. Yeah. And now I'm trying to work on the options for the rotation and scale and offset of the asset. So that currently every object will have the same size and rotation and offset, and I'm going to change that. That's what I'm writing right now. Currently I'm just writing the presentation here. And yeah,
I see it looks like a system many would find useful once it's finished.
Actually, it's currently kind of useful. Yeah, but I think you would expect the at least the rotation and scale to be finished. But once the transform options are finished, it's pretty good already. Yeah. The other options in here, like rotate 90 degrees or flip X and Y, these are actually not really necessary. The main option here, it's what you want to use 90% of the time. Now I know how other editors work, like StarCraft, Warcraft. They all have some kind of brush. So I'm trying to imitate what you need and what I use normally in other editors. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm getting there. Yeah. But thank you.
I used to create mods in Warcraft 3 for many years. That is how I got into programming back then, so I totally understand what you mean. I always wished for a standalone editor like Warcraft 3 had, so I could create games on my own instead of just Warcraft 3 mods maps.
Yeah, I also did a lot of Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. And I actually started with StarCraft 1 maps and did so many maps. And I was triggering them and doing and also doing voiceovers and custom sounds was amazing. Also, I've done a Warcraft 3 mod. Yeah, so I think it was really cool that you could just go in and make a level in really fast time, and it was very, very efficient for your work life or workflow. With Unity and Unreal, just getting into the engine takes so much time, and I'm not always happy with how many bugs are in there when you're working with that. And I have to say, with Warcraft 3, that thing was amazing. Yeah, especially for something that just works in multiplayer, where you don't have to think about netcode or how does the multiplayer work. You do something, it works in multiplayer immediately. You just say, make your trigger, and you don't care about how things are sent back and forth to the server. And in Unity, you have to implement all that stuff by yourself, and it's not very efficient in work time, yeah, because it's really repetitive after some time, and yeah, you have to work around a lot of the same bugs again and again, and it's just a little bit nasty. But Warcraft 3.
Yes, the WC3 editor was very time efficient. I hope one day an editor like this would come out standalone. I made some pretty good maps, none of the really big ones like Dota or Castle Fight, but still some got up to 1k downloads.
Oh, so what did you do? Do you have any examples? Maybe something that I can Google up?
It's a long time ago since Reforged. I did quit map making. I can look it up, give me second.
Oh, yeah, with Reforged, I can understand. I actually started again with Reforged, also because I was better at programming. Reforged had some things that were not so nice, I think.
You look like someone called Prettify on you.
Oh, hello, newbie. Do you know what Prettify does? And thanks. I'm just living up to your legend, you know?
Probably makes a string more readable.
Makes it like you see it in the Unity editor. Like you can just read out the value of this, like max rotation looks like this in as a variable over here, and Putified it looks just like you would expect it to look in the Unity inspector. So Putify is pretty cool, and I use it a lot
Reforged
to
broke so many mods and got frustrated over trying to fix them, so I did quit.
So I use Putify a lot to just read out the value and then keep it flexible. If I change the value, then the tooltip will automatically change with it. Yeah, that's why I use that. Yeah, we later reforged.
Sorry for interrupting with TDSXD.
No, it's no problem. Reforged also fixed a lot of that later.
Shame
With
on
some-
you, cries Hunter.
With some of the patches later, they fixed it again, but it wasn't a good start at all. And the custom sets they had new custom sets for Warcraft, and the thing that I didn't like about that is you had new wall textures and everything, and you could use them, but if you use the old version of Warcraft, you wouldn't see that. So you can build things that only the Reforged users see if they use the Reforged mode, but if you don't use the Reforged mode, you don't see that. And
Greetings from
yes, that was pretty annoying. I felt like that was not thought through, and the new art style was inconsistent, to say it least. I think there was actually something great inside. Greetings back. Jonas, did you work with serialized properties? Do you use that? I mean, you're working with UI.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Here, this is how you can also find the property, but in a very dynamic
Then I'll
way.
post you a link. Some
Like,
of my resources are still on Hive Workshop. There they did get
normally-
lesser attention about Reforged. It broke the mod I spent most of my time working on. Still no days it desyncs whenever I try to play it in.
Like normally you see even Unity does this. They use let me fix this. They use bind property and then they write out the variable name inside they do it like this in the documentation. Yeah. And this really bothers me why they write the name of the variable like this, and this is why I always make it like this. I find the variable, and if I change the variable name, which I do a lot, it will still find the property. And I always wondered why they do it like this. So they say find property and then use a string value. Oh yeah, that's as I also use the name of for Node.js attributes. Oh yeah, but I can't use Node.js attributes because I'm publishing this. So I'm really trying to get every dependency off. But if you want to see something, this is my keyword. Wait, let me. I need to define two strings real quick. Okay, I can show you my queue and work. I just didn't find the value here. Okay. Oh, posting a link. Yeah, that's you can't post a link. That's Twitch will automatically stop that. I can try to look if I can allow it. The stream manager, but usually you can't post a link. I'm really sorry about that. Maybe we can just write the name of the map. Some of our resources are still on the Hive shop. Yeah, the Hive workshop is really great. Okay, can try to find that. Let me try that out. Hive workshop. For journals, let me just look at something. Oh yeah. So this all here. This is a custom inspector, and it can display a different set of brushes, and also the draw function here. You can see it's a custom draw function, right? So this is currently this all without any Unity stuff. The only stuff that I use is on it is in Unity, but what I use is on inspector, and then I use the position of the mouse, and everything else is pretty much my own code inside of here. Has been a lot of time to make this, yeah, but yeah, then you can select on which transform you want to draw. You can filter which transform you want by name, by tag, and then you have all these tool options. So I'm still working on box fill, picking, erasing, but with drawing, you also have a preview here. It's really snappy here, so I'm really happy that I got over some hiccups there. So there's the quiz page. Oopsie. Quiz page. And let's see. Find content. Yeah. I think couldn't I find it like here? Resources. I see 3 icons. That icon looks nice. And 3 maps. It's actually Lofi, yeah, that's cool. Like the UI guy approves your inspector, looks good. Yeah, especially because I'm currently still working on this, so thank you. Even though it's not finished yet, but thank you a lot. I'll give you the whole thing in a review later. But only once it's finished. Yeah. So we have this dungeon crawler. It's a dungeon crawler. So moon. And then you have Unity normally attacks heal you by 25% of damage dealt to enemies. So lifesteal over here. Okay. Yeah, so there's some custom scripting going on here. Oh, deals 9% of targets current health as damage. That I think that's impossible without scripting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there wasn't any ability that did that on default. There's a lot of custom scripting. Yeah, oh, that's cool. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to skip a little bit through this. So I know there's a lot of stuff going on and there's a lot of work put inside of here. And you can see that the environment here, the randomization here, that's really cool. And also custom models. I think that's not a default model. Null toolist, no, that's not a default model. So yeah, that's imported from StarCraft or somewhere else. Yeah, custom models. But I can see that you know what you're doing by randomizing the environment, so it looks natural. Yeah, and yeah, custom scripting. So you've gotten pretty far, and then you stop programming and stuff. Shame on you. Why didn't you go through and go into IT? Defense map. Oh, it's a hero defense, I think. Yeah, I used to play a lot like this stuff with other friends. Don't tell me you touched grass. Not just as a hero defense where you build a custom hero basically. Yeah. I also did play a lot of hero defenses with friends on LAN parties. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I think when I first saw this and just saw three icons, I thought was like, okay, yeah, probably not that much stuff going on here. But then when you look at the maps, you see that there's lots of time going in here. Also, those texts are custom. The system over here, that's custom. You also have a custom overlay over the map. You have to import you had to import this. And you couldn't do this on default. You had to import the image and lay it over the map. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, you have a FPS counter. Okay, I've never seen. Is it default? I think that's also a script, but I don't know if that was possible. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, a hero defense where you build custom here. On media, maybe you can see some screen shots of my build. My building. FPS is default. Okay, maybe I just didn't use that. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That looks really nice. I'm not going to dig in further because yeah, I could even open them up the maps, but they are really nice. Fortnite map making is new shit. Fortnite map making? You should both check it out. Epic pays the creators a lot simply for user playtime. Fortnite map making. So I'm not a map maker anymore, but that sounds really cool. Let's maybe dig in. Do you want to look at this on YouTube? I'm probably finding some trash here. Map making. Yeah, I mean, you see the clickbait. Like, I knew I would get some kind of video like this. Oh yeah. So if you can get over the cringe, you maybe can become a Fortnite map maker. I don't know, had a custom that disabled the builder in tower defenses. You can just build with your mouse cursor. Okay, so you didn't need a builder anymore. They also introduced Verse as their programming language. Okay, I don't know Verse, which is hard to learn, so kids don't really use it. Okay. So this is all inside of the Unreal Engine. Yeah, that would be my first hurdle because I never really did something useful in Unreal Engine. And it would be really cool to publish something in Fortnite. Oh, the One Piece. Okay, track map. Okay, skipping through this looks really random. Do you need this for your own map? That's weird. So this guy goes around in Fortnite, so he doesn't use Unreal Engine. And then he makes maps. Okay. And you have points that you... And I guess the points are so that you don't just spam trees and nobody can play the map anymore, I guess. They use Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which is basically a reduced version of Unreal, but with one click everything is published and synced. What the guy is doing there is also possible, and it automatically updates inside your Unreal Editor. Okay, yeah, so I think this is how a kid would probably do it. Might be very inefficient because I would like to have a mouse and keyboard and instead of having to manually fly around the whole map and having brush settings. Yeah, but I think it's cool that they have the system for it. Let's maybe look into making money with Fortnite maps. Does anybody make money from this? Roughly, creators can make less than $1,000 yearly. Mm-hmm. So he's doing this for 4 years. But he says nobody knows what will come out, okay. And 90% are probably better with the McDonald's job and flipping some burgers. Yeah, okay. What the guy is doing a lot. Map earnings are publicly visible, estimated. Epic pays 40% of their total revenue back to their creators based on user interaction. 40% is a lot. Because you normally want to take most of the stuff. I sent you a link on Discord where you can track the map earnings. Okay. Let me see. Fortnite Creative. Okay. This is the players? Where do I see the money? Okay, there. Estimated earnings up to $200,000. So is this the money that the creator gets? I mean, this guy is rich basically by I mean that would be crazy if in a club of billionaires there's people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos sitting, and then there comes in a Fortnite kid and says, I published a map in Fortnite and I know I'm yeah, okay, but he's going to be millionaire right now. Just this one guy. Except is this even done by a guy, or is this an official map? By Epic. Okay, that's that's not even a guy. This one is by Jersey. Okay, and he makes $26,000. Okay, so this is a big red flag though. So Epic baits you into thinking you could make this much money, but this is their own map, so basically they make that money. Okay, that's absolutely misleading. Can I filter? Hide maps by Epic. Okay, that's not allowed. So we have this map, and after that it completely drops. Yeah. So then there's a guy who makes. I don't even know why there's two numbers. What they mean? Estimate. That's an estimate. So. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. So maybe go with a lower number. Let's just say he makes 10K. Okay, I think it's cool what they do there, but it's a little bit misleading. I mean, you could. I think you would be better off making Roblox maps, because with Roblox you can really scam kids for the money. Like the Roblox ecosystem, it's insane, dude. You need to check out Roblox map making and how much money they make. Because it really makes you publish gambling mechanics into your Roblox maps, so kids pay more money, and it's just that insane. There's a lot of gambling maps actually in Roblox, where the whole thing is just to get kids to play the maps and to pick up their mom's credit cards and buy something inside of the map to progress, where you are going to be able to play the map a little bit, and then you need to pay to progress, or else it will be really hard. And that's so Roblox is really that tough in that regards. Yeah, I think you're on an official game mode. Need to scroll down a few maps to be more realistic. Maybe. And that's daily, by the way. That's daily. Now that's summary. Oh. Ah, that's one day. Yeah, that guy is rich. So if this is daily, yeah, that guy is rich. And you need to be careful, right? Like, if you're not a Fortnite player, I would. Jonas, are you publishing Fortnite maps? I wouldn't do that, because I'm not a Fortnite player, and You have to be in that into that stuff to be publishing and be successful. Hell yeah, you're making Fortnite maps. Okay. You get money if players stay in your map for a longer time. So I'm gonna release an idle farming game into 2 months. Oh yeah, so that's what you're doing. But jokes aside, I'd be careful to start low. I would always start to start really with some really basic stuff. But yeah, good luck on that. If you say 2 to 3 months. In programming time, that's a year, I guess. But if it's just the map though, making a map is, if you have the tools, it's super fast. Yeah. Imagine also for Warcraft, if you imagine just publishing a map and you don't have to do any scripting, that's super fast. I really like to do such stuff because you just take stuff that has been consumed by the programmers already. Yeah. And then I can filter this. Oh, it has more pages. So let's look at this guy. There's 500 players right now. Now on Steam, that would be small, by the way. But that timeline doesn't work. Okay, and those guys making maybe $300-400 daily. I don't know. You still have to pay taxes and everything, so you don't get that much out of there. So maybe he gets this amount of money if you take out how much this everybody is taking from him, and you maybe get $200 per day. So this profitable, especially it just sits there and makes money, and that's perfect. Yeah, I don't know how this works. Custom map made, okay. But you can script the maps. Yeah, so they're pretty much doing Roblox here. AI Tycoon. Oh, yeah, you can watch a video.
Every line of code, every
Okay. So this just released. Okay, it's also something that I maybe want to keep track on. So everything, if I just randomly click on here, this has been released. Oh, that's half a year, but she's still updating. Whoever did this, he's still working on the map. So it's sitting there and making money, but he's still working on it. So it's not just sitting there and making money on its own. Yeah, you also see they all are working on the maps. Everything that you are seeing here, people are still working on this. This is positive and negative. Yeah, this is positive so they know what they are doing. They are working on it and to make a lot of money. But it also means that you can't just release a map and call it a day, which would be optimal. I first thought these are just some custom maps where you have a battle royale or something, and then with no scripting, you just release the map and don't do any scripting. That would be super cool. But the people who are releasing these things, they release them and still update them. I don't know about this one though. And it takes a little bit away from the fun of just releasing stuff and letting them make money. But if it works, I mean, come on, if I'm making $200 a day from a Fortnite map, I would also just work on it all day until my user count just drops to a point where I say, where I get to the point where I say, okay, I don't need to update this anymore because nobody plays, or I did everything. Yeah, I don't know if I can help, but sure, if you can split income, I'm gonna recruit Karais to help me. We can split a responsibility. You deal with the building and I do all the money collecting. That sounds good to me. I can do the building, you do the planning, and the money goes 50-50. I played a lot of Fortnite anyway, and learning the language has been fun. Not planning on getting Gigawitch here. Already done with the programming. So now just time for building, which takes ages for me. But you can reuse all of Fortnite's prefabs. Small side hustle, you know. I mean, it's a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's a plan. Okay, I'm going ahead here, and for today I want to finish my inspector here. So I need to get going, or else I won't get enough stuff done. So, yeah, I probably will read a little bit in the chat. But I need to focus now. And thanks a lot for so much chat. It has been fun. Also, seeing you back, Jonas, again. Yeah, so really happy about seeing you again, or reading about you again. But I really need to keep up my speed. I can maybe publish this one day, because I've been working on this way too long, and I think what I'm doing here is really cool and nice inside of Unity, because it's all custom, but I need to get going. I want to try something out. My Twitch poem is waiting, but we don't have a button for it. I'm not you need. I don't know if I need to implement the feature, or if I need to have a Twitch partnership. So I'm not sure if I can even do that. I think you need to have at least 100 followers and a certain number of views per stream, which I will never get with At least not with programming. Yeah, affiliate. Yeah, affiliate. You have to. I also think you have to be in the affiliate program to enable the subscription. Yeah. So the only way I could do that is if I would make videos that really get popular. And even then, even if I would be popular on another platform and bait people into this Twitch stream, the stuff I do here is so boring for the average person because it's pretty much just work that I don't think that would ever work with affiliate. For affiliate, I would need to play games or stuff that I actually can't do anymore. Yeah. At least I can't do this if I want to get some progress done.
P viewers on stream.com remove the space Bofkagab. mods is.
I don't mind. At the beginning, I was reporting that stuff, but I get 2 to 3 of these messages per day, and I stopped reporting them.
Nice warnings.
It's because I work on the inspector. Yeah, so the stuff that I do here, or at least the values inside of this folder, they don't do anything, but I've started to add them to the script. Jonas, are you working with Unity UI Toolkit or EMGUI? Just a question.
MGUI mostly, but I've had good experiences with UI Toolkit before. Back when I tried it though, it was absolutely not ready for in-game UI.
I still wouldn't use it for in-game
For
UI.
editor tools, it's probably awesome.
Yeah. So they plan to completely replace Canvas with the Unity UI Toolkit. Yeah. But a lot of it's good and bad because I'm working with Unity UI Toolkit only, so it's they basically say EMGUI will be discontinued. But I often find things that are done in EMGUI, and it's kind of like, okay, they said they are going to be using EMGUI Toolkit only, but then they haven't made the leap completely. It feels a little bit rushed sometimes, but it's pretty good when it works.
った。これは。
私やっぱり瑛太先輩が好き。
I love relationships. I think they're fantastic. They're wonderful. I think they're great. I think there's nothing in the world more beautiful than falling in love. But falling in love for the right reason. Falling in love for the right purpose. Falling in love. Falling in love. When you fall in love, I love relationships. I think they're fantastic. They're wonderful. I think they're great. I think there's nothing in the world more beautiful than falling in love.
Are you winning, son?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. I'm going to code until 18:50, so 15 minutes left. After that I'm going to leave off to do sports jogger. And I'm finished with the visual stuff, so the inspector fields are finished. And now I have this function that was able to constrain the properties. So here you have this scale, and you can constrain the scale. You can do it like this, but you also have these constrained properties. Yeah, that is going to constrain the properties and keeps your aspect ratio, and that's actually pretty useful. And I actually use that in the brush as well, because often you want to randomize your object that you are drawing, yeah, and keep the aspect ratio. So this is pretty nice to have, but the function doesn't work. Like, I don't know why currently, but I'm working on that. I don't think I'm going to get this finished in time. So yes and no.
I'm also heading out at 18:50 for sports. You stalking me, what face?
Got me. No, yeah. So I think I would be nice to have this done completely. But I guess this toggle, this would be nice to have, but I guess I have to do that tomorrow. But I'll keep doing that. Everything else, if you look at this just where you set the rotation of the object. Now it's just the visual representation, so this doesn't do anything. But actually, in the end, I just have to multiply this with the object that is going to be drawn, and refresh the preview, and that's it. And after that, I'm pretty much finished. So it's really nice to have. And then what this does is you only have to program the new rotation, take the okay, for rotation it's a little bit more complicated. Now it's all our values, and then you take these values and randomize in between them. So if you have a min scale of this value and this value, you take a random value between them. That's not hard to do actually. So I'm just working on the visual representation, and hopefully I get a little bit further with the what I'm how to restrain the properties to some kind of aspect ratio. That would be really nice, so that I can go into there tomorrow and find something out. So I found some really interesting things, but I'm not there where I can say I have the final solution. So I'm just trying to find where the problem is. First I had the problem that the value would always notify. So it would call itself again and again. It was a little bit, was not what I wanted. So I'm glad that there's an option to not notify itself all the time. But now I need to find out what is going wrong in this function. It calculates the new scale, and it's basically supposed to constrain its properties. So that's a little bit odd. And how it works is currently have a vector vector 1 in there, and when you go down with this, it's supposed to constrain everything, but I changed this value and you see nothing's happening, so it calculates something out there. So I need to maybe look what the new scale is. Or what it calculates. So it calculates 0, 0, 0 as the new scale. Okay, that's interesting. I think I probably got it.
Sleep.
Nope, I don't.
Some of my friends, and I smoked some, and I passed out.
Okay, it's working. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. So for some reason I get the wrong ratio in. That's something that I can work on. So for some reason the this ratio is not a vector v1. I think it's just already saved inside of the brush. So now this is a vector 0, 0. Vector 0. Yep, so that is the current problem. Oh, yeah, I haven't programmed that out. Maybe, but if I keep working on this, I maybe can even program that.
His biological dad walked out of his life when he was 6 months old. Basically, I go get high and then I come back and then fight with my stepdad. He had punched my husband, and he had also punched me in the head. He's a big kid, man. He's 6'1", 235 pounds. He outweighs me by at least 50, 60 pounds. That's not good to have law enforcement know you in that sight, you know that?
CYA later code red cat.
Oh yeah, so I guess I'm 45. I still have to do some things, but see you later. Yeah, I'm going to make a task list for tomorrow, and yeah, I'm also off then. So thank you for watching. Okay, so let's get things straight done. So I'm not going to change anything
Pleasure,
here.
Good one.
See ya. So I'm not going to change anything here. I'm just going to add some task. Constrain max scale. That's what I'm not going to do today. It's pretty easy, but also see provide undo for all transform options. Yeah, because I just saw that some of the transform options are missing the undo function. But aside from that, yeah, thank you for watching. I'm off doing some vods, and I can still say the progress today was pretty okay. I got basically where I wish I was. I think I'm missing half an hour, though. That's a little bit unfortunate. Next time I have to work twice as fast, then it's no problem. Okay, thanks for watching. The VOD. I'll be back tomorrow. So, bye.
you